Hello and welcome to Hello and welcome to Q&A Friday. What? New jingle? Well, there's a reason for that. No, there's no reason for that. I don't know. I'm actually releasing this late. In fact, I'm recording this late. I am recording this on Sunday. So technically it's Q&A Sunday. But there's a reason for that. But give me some time and I'll figure one out. What's the reason? I can't even remember what happened on Friday. What did I do on Friday? I wasn't, yeah, I just wasn't really, I didn't feel really up to doing it on Friday. And then yesterday, which was Saturday, it was a full day. So I had my dad, met him for lunch for Christmas dinner at 11, and then when I got home there was about an hour before boxing started, and now my voice is going croaky. What's happening to my voice? I know, I'll try and have some water. So anyway, please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. My website is jasonnewland.com. I do 6 versions of each recording. One without music, normal length, then a 5 and 10 hours without music. Then I do one with music, and then 5 and 10 hours with music. Just gives you a bit of choice. My website is pretty much my podcast now. So if you go to jasonnewland.com, all the latest recordings are on there. You can download or you can stream. Also, which is one of the better things of the podcast, is if you go to playlists, which is in the index, or the menu rather, all the different podcasts I do are available. You can click on them and they're broken down into playlists of just 50 recordings. So yeah, just gives you an option, gives you a chance to listen to some of the older stuff. I'm going to break it down by without music, with music, 5 hours, 10 hours, all that stuff. But that's going to take a while to get all that done. And I'm thinking today I'm going to wash my curtains. Might seem like a strange thing to do, but I got the urge. I got the urge. I don't know why. I just want to wash my curtains. So I'm thinking I might probably do that today. They do need to be done and washed and dried. Mind you, I suppose I can just hang them up wet and they will dry on their own, won't they? Because the radiator, so they'll just dry naturally. So I've got to hang them to dry anyway, so I might as well just stick them up wet. Ah. What other things do I normally say? Did I say my name? My name's Jason Newland. I don't know if there's anything else to tell you. I'm back to using Spreaker. Well, I never stopped using Spreaker, but for my main podcasts, I'm using Spreaker. So the background music is all copyright free, part of Spreaker. They allow background music as long as I use their background music. So I now do that. I've got a YouTube channel at Jason Newland. I've got a Facebook group, which is Jason Newland's Boring Group. And that's it, really. I don't think there's anything else. Had a lovely dinner yesterday, but I did something I don't normally do. And I'm not talking about cartwheels. I had a drink. Alcohol, that is. Which I haven't had a drink of alcohol for I don't know, 2.5 years. So that was I think I just needed to take the edge off, really. So I got there about 40 minutes before my dad, and it was in a pub. And a pub environment isn't really for me. It's just, I'm not a big anywhere public, but a pub, I mean, literally, pub stands for public, doesn't it? Public house. So, I don't know. Yeah, so I had a pint of Foster's, and then later on I had half a pint of Foster's. So I had 1.5 pints, which is more alcohol than that, as I said, that I've had for 2.5 years. And I don't think it did my acid reflux too much good. I had pretty bad indigestion after I'd eaten and drunk the alcohol, but the meal was good. But you know what I did? Because I had to order it. Well, I didn't have to, but I ordered it online. I booked it, so my dad didn't have to do anything, and I sorted it all out my end because he was visiting here. I ordered extra I don't know what to call them, but basically potatoes and Yorkshire puddings, like as a side dish. So I ended up paying like £20 more for something that we didn't need. It's like, what? But you know, it worked out okay. It was I don't think I've ever booked a table anywhere ever in my life. And booking I mean, it's one thing booking a table and then going and ordering stuff, but to actually order the food beforehand, I didn't find it easy. It's just something I haven't really done before, and it's, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't love the experience of booking it, but when we got there, it was nice. So it was nice. It was a nice time. I saw my little brother. So that was good as well. And my stepmom, I can't believe it. She actually painted me her present for Christmas. She painted me a picture of Vinny. So now I've got 2 pictures, 2 paintings, one with Vinny and Andre, and now one with Vinny. So Cara did the one with Vinny and Andre, but now I've got a big pic. Well, yeah, it's fairly size, just his whole face. And he's got a big head, hasn't he, old Vinny? And she just did it off a photograph, and it's like really, really cool. I need to start collecting pictures of Vinny and Andre for my wall. Maybe start putting a wall up. Maybe, if anyone wants to do a picture of my nan, do that as well. Hey? He's just got out of bed. It's 9:37, so he's been up for about 7 minutes. Bearing in mind we went to bed, I don't know, 9 hours ago, 10 hours ago probably. So he's had a good old sleep. I've been up for hours. I watched the boxing last night. Tyson Fury and Usyk. Yeah, it was kind of weird. Unlike previous nights at Dubai, when it was multiple world titles. Oi, don't be starting, mate. I ain't in the mood. Calm yourself. A lot of the other bills were like multiple world title fights. This one just had the world title fight at the end. And some of the other bills, there was people on there that I knew. On this one, there wasn't so many that I knew. So I knew Tyson and Usyk. I also two of the heavyweights. I knew that there was other two heavyweight fights, which I knew the opponents and I knew the fighters on those ones. So I knew the fighters for 3 fights, but all the others I didn't really know them, and it didn't keep me gripped. It's weird because no matter how good the fight is, because I'm not a casual fan, I think a casual fan can probably watch boxing and just like, oh, that was a really good fight. Oh, but it could be anyone fighting. And it's weird because I'm quite a big fan of boxing. I don't necessarily enjoy just anyone fighting. I love to see up and coming fighters and building up their career. That's interesting, and former Olympians sort of starting their professional career. And I do like the heavyweights. I've got a particular interest in heavyweights, and I like watching the best fighters. The top fighters. They're the ones that I like to really. They're the ones I enjoy watching. The up and coming and the current. Because I guess I like watching the cream. I don't really particularly just want to watch boxing just for the sake of boxing. Although sometimes you get the most amazing fights with complete unknowns. Well, maybe people I don't know. They're not unknowns, but maybe they're not known outside of their hometown in the same way that Fabio Wardley wasn't really known outside of Ipswich, and now he's a big player. In fact, I think he's the most exciting heavyweight in the world, personally. Mind you, I wouldn't bet against Usyk ever against anyone, because no one can do what Usyk does, and that's just punch continuously for 12 rounds. He just doesn't let up, doesn't stop, and the speed and all that. So anyway, I won't spoil the fight just in case. Well, I don't want to talk about the results of the fight in case you haven't watched it. But I'd never bet. I wouldn't bet against Tyson Fury either. It's just it's hard to bet against people that are so good. I would never bet against Canelo, even though Canelo has lost a couple of times. I hope he does fight Crawford, Canelo and Crawford. If he fights next year, them two fight, it will be the biggest fight of the year. I think so. Okay, spoilers. I'm going to talk about the results of the fight. I'm not going to talk about Tyson Fury and Usyk, but I will talk about 2 of the other fights. So if you haven't seen, if you're going to be watching it later tonight or a different day, then turn this off, because it's going to be a spoiler. and I don't want to spoil people's fun. So there was the two heavyweight fights were really good. The undercard, like, really good. In fact, it wasn't just the heavyweight. There was some other really good fights as well. I'm just remembering now, but because I know and I've been following the heavyweights, the individual fighters, it was more exciting. And Dave Allen fought Johnny Fisher, and Dave Allen absolutely won that fight. Like, I don't think anyone watching it at home would think, apart from a Johnny Fisher fan who'd be biased, and I'm a Johnny Fisher fan as well, by the way, but I'm also a Dave Allen fan. So Dave Allen won that fight. Like, absolutely. But he didn't. He got robbed with the points. And it's weird, because as I was watching it and they came to a close, it went to points in the end. And I thought to myself, you know what? Eddie Hearn. No, not Eddie Hearn. Is Eddie Hearn? Yeah, Eddie Hearn's got Johnny Fisher. That's one of his people. Eddie Hearn is going to have a big influence on the outcomes of the fights. And it's just a big influence on the whole event, because he's part of the event. Johnny Fisher's unbeaten. Dave Allen was put in there to be beaten by Johnny Fisher. He wasn't supposed to be a challenge, not really. But he decided to write up the script, rip up the script, and do what he can do, which was he outpunched him, outboxed him. He won that fight, fair and square. But just as they were coming to the announcement, I thought to myself, they're going to give it to Johnny Fisher, which they did. And it was ridiculous scoring as well. They gave Dave Allen hardly any rounds. It was ridiculous. Now I actually defy, or I dare anybody who's not fallen asleep watching this or listening to this, watch the Johnny Fisher against Dave Allen fight. I mean, it's a 12 round fight, but it is full on for 12 rounds. Tell me, or just watch the highlights. Tell me that Dave Allen, mind you, it depends how they put the highlights together, because there were points. Dave Allen didn't win every round at all, and it was not completely one-sided. It was at times, but Johnny Fisher, he did throw some really good punches and some good combinations. But Dave Allen was knocking Johnny Fisher all around the ring. He put him down at least once, and he was pretty much just old man in him. I think that's a term, because Johnny Fisher's young and Dave Allen's the older man, more experienced, twice as many fights. Watch that fight and tell me that Dave Allen didn't win it. Even a non-boxing person who doesn't really, watch boxing much, not really that interested, a casual fan, whatever, tell me that you think that Johnny Fisher won that. We did win it, but tell me, it was silly. And I said, I'm a fan of Johnny Fisher, so I'm not hating towards him. And his last fight was amazing, the knockout he did. But this one, and he was also really good in this one. But Dave Allen won it. Honestly, it was... Alright, mate. Anyway, the other fight was Moses Atua, who's 19. He's British, and he fought Keynes, I think it was, who's Australian. Now, I've been watching Moses since his very first fight, and he's a heavyweight, and he's trying to, I think his aim is to beat Mike Tyson's record for the youngest heavyweight champion, and I reckon he'll fight for the world title next year, because the people with the money will want to make that happen. Then he wants my attention, I think. Well, I didn't realise how good he was. Now, I've watched every fight he's had, and he's only had like 8 fights. So he's not had a lot of fights. And he's knocked, I think apart from one fight, he's knocked everyone out apart from one person, I think. The speed. I don't think I've ever seen a heavyweight with the speed that he's got. I mean, like, super speed. Can't see it. Can't. It's like, I don't know. I'm going to say possibly even faster than Ali, but in a different way. Because when Ali was punching, obviously super fast. Hardly anyone in the world, heavyweight's ever been as quick as Ali was, or Cassius Clay when he was young. But I think the difference with Moses is he's got the speed, but he does the knockout punches with that speed. He's not sticking to the my words aren't working today. The jabs, that's what I'm thinking about. He's not just sticking to the jab. He's literally doing a knockout punch with the same speed as Ali would do the jab. So you don't see it coming. And the accuracy. See, if he missed, he would have been on the floor. He could have knocked himself out. That's the weird thing. He threw absolutely everything into the punch, but it was so quick. If his opponent, if Moses' opponent had moved out of the way, he would have possibly he might have thrown himself out of the ring and flown away. It was that kind of speed that I don't think I've ever seen. I mean, Mike Tyson had a lot of speed, but he had speed, but it was the power as well. It wasn't just the speed. This is a freakish speed. Now again, you don't even have to watch the. You don't have to do anything, but if you want to watch the reruns of that fight, Moses Atua, and I think it was Keynes. I think is his opponent. It was only one round, so if you watch just the one round, honestly, the speed. Now I realised I was a little bit punch drunk with boxing because it started at 4. Too many hours. It's a little bit too much. I think I can 3 or 4 hours, but not like 6-7 hours. It's just too long. Even for me. But they were the only two, the 3 fights that I was interested in and actually enjoyed really was the 3 heavyweight fights that I mentioned. And I guess there's something about watching someone that you're interested in. It's like it just makes it more interesting. I can't just randomly watch stuff for the sake of it. No matter how good it is. And sometimes the best fights, boxing, whatever, it's like, I guess, sometimes the best football you'll ever see, or the best rugby you'll ever see, or the best cricket or basketball could be, you might just watch a game being played in a local game. No superstars, just people or kids from a school or whatever, and it might be the best game you've ever seen. You know, it's just the way things are, isn't it? You might see the best fight you'll ever see in a local leisure centre. It might be the best boxing you've seen in your life. Way better than any world title fight you've ever seen. And no one's even filming it. It's just, you know, so that I understand that can happen. But yeah, that Moses Atua. Wow. And the weird thing about it, he doesn't look big. Obviously he is big, but he doesn't look big. Because he's quite slim. It reminds me a little bit, it doesn't seem as tall, but it reminds me Lennox Lewis when he started out. Because Lennox Lewis was quite slim when he started out. And then he put on, I think he was probably 16 stone, because he was 6'6", something like that. But at the end of his career, he was probably 18, 19 stone. So he put on quite a little, you know, as he got older, he put on a lot more weight. But he just doesn't, but he was, yeah, because Keane was about 6'6", and I think Moses is about 6'1", 6'2". So he's not like super tall. I mean, obviously he's big because he's a heavy. You know, it's like it just doesn't. For some reason, it doesn't look that big. But super powerful and so fast. And he's going to get bigger as he gets older because, you know, age and weight. I mean, even the lower weights, like the featherweights and the welterweights, they really struggle as they get older to keep down to that weight. I mean, it's easier for a heavyweight because they don't have to get below a certain weight, so they haven't got to like struggle. I mean, maybe they've got a fighting weight and want to be at they want to be at 16 stone or 220 pounds or whatever, but ultimately they can come in at 30 stone and still be okay. They might not win a fight, but, you know, with a welterweight or other weights, they have to be got a limit to what weight they can be. Otherwise, and I've seen it loads of times, even in a world title fight, they may lose their title on the scales. I've seen that in the past. I saw it with Tank Davis, David Benavides, and they both lost their world titles on the scales. So they were defending their world title, they came overweight, they tried to lose some weight, they were given like a couple of hours or whatever, and they couldn't. So they still went ahead and fought the fight, but they didn't have the world title. So the title was for their opponents to win. So if their opponents won the fight, which they didn't, their opponents would have won the world title. But if their opponents didn't win, then the world title would become vacant. Over a few pounds. And if I want to lose 5 pounds, I just go to the toilet. It's yeah. Anyway, this isn't really about boxing. This is about the Q&A Friday. So let's have a look. I have, and I'm glad I remembered it. I have a message that was posted on my website. So let's have a look. Where is it? So, because I've got a Q&A Friday link on my website, and that's basically just asked me a question, which someone did. If I could find it. Where are you? Oh, by the way, the lights on the Christmas tree outside do work. I know some of you have been really wondering, but they do actually work. I'm not going to take a picture of it because it looks awful. You know, there's no lying about that. It does look bad, but I gave it a go. You know, I'm limited. I'm not I'm like 4 foot tall. The tree's about 100 foot tall. There's limitations. Gravity is a problem. So I can't get very high to put the stuff. So I've got tinsel, I've got lights, I've got baubles, I've got a plaque with my friend's name on it, but I can't find it because I've lost it. I literally had it delivered 3 days ago and it's gone missing. Well, it's not gone missing, I've just mislaid it. Anyway, here's a message sent on my website from Maria. This is the first question of Q&A Friday. Jason, what is a typical day for you, if you have one? Do you have set times, routines, for doing things? E.g., taking Vinny for walks. Perhaps you take each day as it comes. Many thanks. Now I realise, Maria, you possibly don't sound like that. I thought it'd be trying to add a voice. Well, thank you, Maria. Let's have a look. What is a typical day for me? There are some things that I do kind of on a regular basis, and I don't mean go to the toilet or shout out of the window at strangers. This is what do I do? So I wake up in the morning quite early, although today it was later. The later I go to bed, the later I wake up. I generally kind of aim to go to bed about 10 o'clock, between 9 and 11, but usually about 10, maybe 11. I wake up between 4 and 6. You see, it kind of depends on what time I go to bed. So it's not like a set routine, but there's a few things that I do that are set. When I wake up, I get out of bed. I put both my feet on the ground. I go do wee-wees, and then I take my tablet for my acid reflux. Yay! And then I wait for about half hour, sometimes a bit longer, before I have my breakfast. So during that time, I come into the living room. Vinny's often still asleep on the bed. Depends on the situation. So if I've got a podcast to edit that I've done the night before, I will start on that, start editing it. But I generally start, the first thing I do is I'll actually do it I'll do it now. So I'll open up my laptop, I'll have a look at the stats. So, just see what the stats are, the overall stats from yesterday and how they are today, and just see what's predominantly going busy and which podcasts are most active and stuff like that. At the moment, Hypnosis of Sleeping Deeply is the most active podcast, then Deep Sleep Whisper Hypnosis, then Let Me Bore You to Sleep. So it's a Sunday, it's 3 minutes past 10, so Sunday's usually quite a slow day. Then I will probably go on to YouTube. So I'll do that now. Go on to YouTube, see if I have any messages. No. There is a message, actually, a question. Who's the lady podcaster you listen to, please? You've mentioned her a few times, and I'm curious. This is from Christine. I'll tell you what, I'm going to answer that next. I'm going to answer that as part of my Q&A Friday. In fact, I can't, because I don't know. Christine, I genuinely don't know. Have I ever said... I don't remember ever saying that I listened to a lady podcaster. I do listen to a radio station, Nick Abbott, on a Friday, Saturday and Sunday at 10 o'clock in the evening. It's 10 till 1. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Friday and Saturday is more kind of jovial and playing around and stuff. Sunday is a bit more political and serious. So yeah, I can't think of a woman, a lady, that I listen to as a podcaster. Can't think of any podcasts that I listen to. I do listen to a lot of audiobooks. Unless you're thinking about Lara Cox, is it? But I don't listen to. She's a hypnotist, and she's someone I used to know years ago. She doesn't even remember me, but this was like a long time ago. So I do post her stuff sometimes, and she does like comedy. She's a comedian. She does comedy hypnosis. Who else would I listen to? I can't think. I can't remember. If someone does remember that, maybe let Christine know or post it. Maybe post it, and I can't think who it could be. And right, so I go to the YouTube channel, just check out how things are. Subscribers still the same as yesterday. It's plodding away, and because I generally just upload 10-hour versions of the latest recordings, I don't get many views, really. That's the truth of it. But it's growing. It's steady at 1,415 subscribers, and I really don't get many views at all, and it's not a good promotion for really not very many. But when people do listen, they listen for a long time. Not that really makes much difference, but I am, however, thinking about making videos again, like actually of my funny face, and put them onto YouTube in the new year, like maybe right from the beginning of the new year. We'll see. I'm thinking about that. So I will check the YouTube channel, and then I will go to Facebook, see if there's any messages, which there won't be. Occasionally there's messages, but don't get many. I'm trying to think. Yeah, then I go into my basic page. Normally I go to the Facebook group just to check what's going on. I don't take much notice of the main page, because even though I post all my new stuff on the main page, I get really people don't really take any notice, apart from like Molly. Sometimes she says she likes it, but most people on my Facebook page, my friends, 3,800. They must think that no one listens to my recordings, because they see me posting stuff and there's no response, no reaction, hardly. How little they know. How right they are. No one listens to my stuff. Never mind. And then I go to my YouTube, my Facebook page, which is Jason Newland's Boring Group. Just check there. There's always a chance that there might be a new person wanting to join, but there isn't. So I'll come out of that, and I just check, see if there's anything new. Normally anything new Anything new would normally just come up in the what's it, notifications bar anyway. So yeah, what is this? So I got that. That's it really. That's kind of my normal routine. And then I go and have my breakfast. I make a cup of tea. Put the tea bag in. Put the hot water in. And put some milk in a bowl after I've washed up the bowl. Give it a good rinse proper so that my breakfast doesn't taste of washing up liquid. Put the milk in a bowl, put the bowl in the microwave for 2.5 minutes, go into the bathroom, clean my teeth, wipe my face, look at my hair in complete wonder, disbelief, and then I come back into the kitchen. I add some milk to the tea, just a little dash, and then I squirt not squirt, but I squeeze the tea bag with the spoon, against the side of the cup, and then I chuck that out the window at a passer-by. I don't. And then I use the same spoon. I make sure there's no cover to the milk, no like skin or anything, so I don't like that. And I rinse the spoon. Then I add the ready break powder to the milk. And when that's done, I add some raisins and stuff on top. Then I carry that out with the tea into the living room. I turn the light off in the kitchen, close the door, and then I sit down. If Finney's in the bed, actually if it's early in the morning, I just leave Finney if he's in the bed. I sit down on a chair, put it into recline mode, turn the TV on, and I have my breakfast and my cup of tea. And if it's a weekday, by this time it's usually between 5 and 6, I will watch Frasier if it's on, or Cheers. So usually there's something like that on Channel 4. And I love Frasier, it's such a great show. And Cheers as well, just nostalgic, I guess. And then perhaps I'll go onto YouTube and just check out what's going on there. Maybe check the news, just to update myself on what's going on in the world. And depending, I'm not straight after I've eaten, but maybe an hour or so, I might just listen to some music, close my eyes, and just relax for a bit. And then I'll do some stuff, take, what's his name, the little one, OUT4AWALK. I'm trying to not say the words because he's literally wanting me to do that now. And then that'll just be to the park generally. I said the word park, you heard that. And then I will, hopefully he'll do a poo, because he needs to do 2 a day generally, 1 in the evening, 1 in the morning. Once he's done the 2, I know he's kind of set. Because, yeah, so I do that, then I bring him back. There's always something to do. There's always something to do, especially with the website. There's always pages to build. There's always podcasts to edit or to create. All right, Vinny, good boy. So there's never nothing to do. Doesn't mean I always want to do it, or I always do it, but there's always something to do. You know, this is it's all consuming. It can be if I let it. The day depends what happens, you know, if a neighbour knocks on a door, wants help, or, you know, it all depends, really. And Vinny I think he needs a toilet, so I'm going to have to take him out and continue this when I get back. What was the time? Well, I've nearly been talking for an hour, but I'm going to take him to the toilet, and I'm going to come back and continue. So, really, I take Vinny out throughout the day, usually 4 times. And then in the evening, I take him in the garden, and he can do his wee-wees, the last wee-wee of the day, in the garden. There's a communal garden, and then we'll go to bed. But I try and get him to go to the toilet before bedtime. That way he doesn't wake me up in the middle of the night. I watch a bit of TV, maybe watch a movie. I like to watch YouTube videos on AI and other stuff that maybe will come useful for what I do. Then, of course, if I make a podcast, that takes a few hours of my time, you know, to record it, edit it, upload it. So that's 3 or 4 hours. And then when it's time to go to bed, so I'll eat throughout the day as well. When it's time to go to bed, I will, you know, take him to do a wee-wees in the garden, and then I will go to bed. It's an exciting life, isn't it? I don't really have any regular things that I do at the moment, although I'm going to maybe try and change that next year. Perhaps get out a bit more, and start doing a bit more. Yeah, so I think I've answered your question. I mean, there's regular things as far as if boxing's on, and if it's something that I want to watch, that'll be something that I'll, you know, look forward to doing. And sometimes if I'm up early enough in the morning, I'll stream it live. I'll go to the beginning of the recording of the stream, and then I'll kind of fast forward the bits that I don't need to watch. But other times I will just play it back, or play it, you know, let's say it's in America, for example, and it's on at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning, whatever. I might watch it later in the day, just watch the whole show. I have the odd phone call sometimes, people that I deal with. I'm watching a TV show at the moment called Sweet Pea. So I've watched the first episode of that, so I think I'm going to be watching all of those episodes. So if I get into a new series, or maybe like I kind of find a box set that I want to watch all of the episodes, then that's quite nice, because I'll do that over a few weeks. I'm trying to think what else. Sunday I like to have as a day of rest, which might sound weird. You could say, well, every day is a day of rest, but I like to have a Sunday when I don't see anybody, don't speak to anyone, no one phones me or knocks on my door. Just have a day away from everyone. Just a nice day for me. So that's my Sunday. I kind of want every day to be like that a little bit, but yeah, Sunday especially. And I think if you ask me this question in a year's time, I might have a very different answer. But at the moment, that's it. There's not a lot going on. But in a year's time, it might be different. So I think I'm going to have to take the little one for a WALK. I'll answer Kate's question. Kate asks, what is or has been Vinny's favourite toy? He loves balls. He loves balls. But there's certain things that he likes. So he's got a snake, like a stuffed snake. That's one of his favourite ones. It's more of a chewer. So he'd rather like chew on a bone, or that's kind of, he's happy with stuff like that. Or, you know, I think he prefers that than a toy. But he likes to play. I mean, ultimately his favourite toy would be another dog. Another small dog to run around with. That's kind of like a toy for him. And he loves that. But I can't trust him to let him off the lead. So he can't do that anymore. And it's such a shame. Because I would say that's probably him at his happiest. When he's running and playing and wrestling and kissing and cuddling with one of his little friends. But the other thing, he's got some toys at his mum's, so when he visits there, he's got stuff that he likes to play with. And he does play more there than he does here. He's got more room. It's a much bigger flat. There's 2 bedrooms. Living room's much bigger. The kitchen's much bigger. So the hallway's bigger. He can really have a good run around. He can't really do that here. It's a little bit cluttered. Because I've got desks and, there's not a lot of room for him to kind of run around. And maybe I can try and sort that out so he has a bit more space. And I'm thinking of maybe getting rid of that sofa because it's collapsing. Get myself a chair, like I used to have before, a recliner chair, just a cheap one. And that will take up less space. And I might even look at getting rid of one of these desks. I don't know if I really need 2 desks. I mean, they're both full. One I do work like editing and stuff on, and all of in the website stuff. And the other one has got my recording equipment on. There might be a different way of doing this. There's a bit more space friendly. So I would say his favourite toy doesn't really have a favourite toy. Doesn't seem to. But when he does play, he likes to play with little balls. Which reminds me of a weird dream I had last night. It's very strange. I had this dream where I'd had something implanted into my body. And it had to be removed. But it was implanted and I didn't know that it had been done. And it was some kind of a defence issue. I think the secret services in this country were involved, and it wasn't my fault, but they're like, it was weird, really weird dream. I had some very strange dreams last night. Really strange dreams. So Anne asks, who is the council that you mention when you talk about your apartment? So it's the local county council. In the UK, in London you've got boroughs. So it's different boroughs. So you've got Hackney, and you got, I don't know, different boroughs. In other parts of the country, you've got towns and councils and stuff. So it's basically the local council is where I live. They're in charge of, I don't know, refuge collection. They're in charge of maintenance, basically, of the whole town. They'd be in charge of planning permission, I guess. All those things, road fixing, making sure that the potholes stay really deep and dangerous. You know, things like that. They're very conscientious about that. They make sure the potholes are really deep. The other thing, they come around to make sure that people, at least 5% of the population, are being antisocial. It's very important that at least 5% ruin it for everyone else. So yeah, that's what the council do. They basically, they're my landlord. So the council, I mean the home section, the county borough homes, they're in charge of everything to do with council property, council tax and stuff like that. I guess that's all kind of part and parcel of that as well. But yeah, so they're basically my landlord. Well, they are literally my landlord. So they're in control. They're the ones that decide on the rent. They decide on who lives where. They decide on the rules. They decide on whether or not I have new windows put in or a new bathroom put in, or I have to ask them permission to do stuff, which I did last week or the week before. Asked permission to have a camera on my door, and they gave me the permission. When I moved in, I asked permission for a pet, and they gave me permission with rules. One of the rules was I couldn't have a cat because I live on the top floor, and I couldn't have if I had a dog, the dog had to not disturb the neighbours. And not like badly disturbing. He does bark, Vinny barks, but I do try and keep him quiet most of the time. And we're not allowed to take him in the garden and let him off the lead. And, you know, make sure he doesn't like poo everywhere. Now, I take him in the garden to do a wee, and he's always on the lead. He doesn't even like pooing in the garden. His favourite place to poo is on the front lawn of a neighbour's house where they're all watching through the window. That's what he likes. Ideally during a birthday party. He loves an audience. It's not so he doesn't want an audience for him. He wants an audience for when I pick it up. It's very rude. So that's when I talk about the council. They're my landlord, and they do the repairs. They pretty much are in charge of all these properties. So if I became, for example, if I was a hoarder, they would come and they would force me to sort it out. And if I didn't sort it out, they would sort it out for me and then charge me. And if I was problematic, then they would evict me. You know, things like that. It's a very, I think, you know, there's a lot of people, I think, working, doing a full-time job, trying to take care of thousands of properties. I mean, they're clearly the biggest landlord in this area. The council, like nationwide, are the biggest landlord in the country. Right, thanks for that. So Dimitri asks, hi Jason, another major boxing event is coming our way. Since you're a fan of boxing, I want to ask if you're going to be watching the Fury and Usyk rematch, and who do you think will win? I reckon Usyk will win on points. If I'd have recorded this on Friday, then I would have told you that I thought Tyson Fury was going to win because he was going to use the punch that was so successful in their first fight, which was the uppercut. And I think he hardly threw it. So I don't know quite what was going on. But you know what? I'm not criticising anyone because I can't do what they do. It just, I just thought that maybe that was something that was useful, something that worked, because he hurt Usyk a few times in that first fight with his uppercut. Yeah, but this time neither of them got hurt. Neither of them, like there was no point where either of them looked really stunned or anything throughout the whole fight, which is amazing when you think 12 rounds of two yeah, it's just like wow. So yes, it's a bit belated for me to answer your question, so I would have said Fury. I would have thought, yeah, I would never bet against Usyk. I don't bet, but if I did bet, I wouldn't bet against Usyk because he is phenomenal. And I don't really think he's got anything to prove now. He's beaten everyone. And everyone that he hasn't beaten has been beaten by the people that he's beat. That makes sense. So he's beaten in this country. Ironically, it is all English fighters, which is a bit weird. But all the big fighters he's beaten at heavyweight: Chisora, Dubois, Anthony Joshua twice, Tyson Fury twice. So he's fought the World Heavyweight Championship 4 times. 5 times he defended it. Twice he defended it, once against 3 times. So he defended it against Joshua after winning it the first fight. Then he defended it against Dubois, knocking Dubois out. Then he defended it against Tyson Fury twice, didn't he? Of course, it's 4 times he's defended his world title. Who else is there? So he's fought. I think Chisora gave him the hardest fight he's had in heavyweight, personally. There doesn't seem to be a lot of point in him fighting people that have been beaten by the people that he's beat. I know it doesn't always work that way. Styles make fights and stuff, but. And now they're talking about maybe. I don't think there'll be a third fight. I don't think anyone would want to see a third fight. I don't want to see a third fight. I don't think either of them want to have a third fight. It just seems pointless. If it's 2 close fights, or one wins one, then the next one wins one, like that, have a third as a decider. But when Usyk wins twice on points, and I'd say he deserved both those wins, I wouldn't have given it. I wouldn't have done it in a unanimous way that they did it. The scorecards were ridiculous, almost like Usyk bullied him all the way through, which he didn't. But Usyk threw more punches. He was busier, cleaner. He was Usyk doing what Usyk does, which is be pretty amazing. And now there's talk of him perhaps fighting Dubois, or even though Dubois got a fight against Joseph Parker in February. I don't see the point in it unifying all the belts, because it just holds everything up. Let some of the other people fight for a belt. Show me a fight that I'm going to get excited about. So for me, let some of the younger people, the newcomers, have a go. So I'd say, as far as the heavyweights go, I'm just going to talk about the UK, because we are dominating the heavyweight division at the moment. At the moment, there are plenty of brilliant heavyweights from all over the world, but at the moment the UK seems to be dominating, has done, other than the main man, which is obviously Usyk. But outside of him, it seems to be mainly UK fighters. Joshua, Tyson Fury, Dubois. You know, it really seems to be dominating. So that will change, no doubt. However, there's three really, really big fighters in the heavyweight division that are technically British. There's one that's, I think he's African, but I think he fights from England, and he's, what was his name? But he's really good. He's a really skillful. He has lost one, but he's kind of the boogeyman and no one wants to fight him. He knocked out Anderson. And then you've got obviously Big Bang Zhang, who's exciting to watch as well, because just don't know what he's going to do, because he's so huge. What I'd like to see, personally, I'd like to see Fabio Wardley get a shot at the world title next year. I'd like to see him go in, because I think that he's got a really, really good chance at beating, maybe not Usyk. So I don't know, I'm not sure if Usyk's even beatable. I mean, technically everyone is, but he's not shown any way of being really hurt, other than when Dubois knocked him down with a body shot that he claimed was low. But other than that, and he rolled around on the floor like a sausage in a frying pan. That's Tyson Fury's words, not mine. It was funny. And I don't know, I think Fabio Wardley is my favourite heavyweight. Although most of the two are, wow. The speed. That speed. I mean, it's honestly, I had to rewind it just to keep watching it, because I couldn't see. It was so fast, I couldn't see what he did. I could see the outcome of what he did. And when a boxer falls down and literally they crumple to the floor and their legs go everywhere, and that's, yeah, that was wow. I just wonder, would Usyk be able to take that? Because that was on a different level. I mean, sometimes, you know, you see a knockout and the punches, and it's like, wow, and it's so clean, it's like, that's amazing. But you see it. It's fast, but you see it. It's hard to even see the punch with Moses. It was that fast. And it wasn't just his arm, his whole body moved at a speed that I don't think I've seen that before. I might have done, but not as a heavyweight. That's just, yeah. Check it out, honestly, if you don't believe me. I was quite impressed. So I'd like to see Fabio Wardley. What I want is for the Brits heavyweights to stop fighting each other. I want the people that I like, the boxers that I like, to stop fighting each other. I want them to fight other people, let them all win world titles, and then maybe fight each other. So I want Moses. I don't want him to fight Fabio Wardley. I want Fabio Wardley to be fighting Big Bang Zhang or one of the big, the big Americans, or someone that's up there, high up, so that he can win a world title. I want Dubois to be left alone. I don't want any of our British fighters to fight each other anymore. Apart from Tyson Fury and Joshua, let them fight. They've been wanting to fight. That's been it's kind of their curtain call in a way. And they've been waiting to do that for a while. And it's like people will watch it and there'll be all this it'll be a big build up. And they'll both earn some good money. Probably be in Dubai, although I imagine there's a good chance it could be at Wembley in the summer. That's my prediction. Probably Wembley in the summer, biggest live audience of all time. Like at Wembley in the UK, that is. And it'll be the big build up, and it might be a really good fight, it might not. And I suppose if it's a really good fight and it's not one-sided, then I'll have a rematch, make a bit more money. But there doesn't seem to be anything else. I think Joshua's got a couple of options of really that will be popular fights. Him having a rematch with Dillian Whyte, that's a popular fight. I think boxing fans in the UK would want to see that. It's well overdue. It's really overdue. That should have happened, I believe, 4 or 5 years ago. Because they had a very close fight where Joshua won before he won the world title. But then Dillian Whyte came back and he was doing so well for such a long time. And he never got a chance at a world title fight. For years he was waiting. So I'm thinking there's that, and then Joshua and Tyson. Dillian Whyte has got 2 fights that he could have that would be really popular. Again, like with Joshua, and then he could have a trilogy. He could have the 3rd fight with Chisora, and people would go and watch that because both their fights were really good. So that's the options, I think, like popularity-wise in this country they could have. Although, maybe put Moses, one of the young people, in with one of the old veterans. So, Fabio Wardley in with Chisora, and Moses Atua in with Dillian Whyte. That to me would be what a great event. New against old. Old versus new. I mean, that might not be a catchy thing, but have that as a heavyweight. Old versus new. And then at the top of the bill, maybe put in, perhaps even have Tyson Fury fighting Daniel Dubois. So again, Daniel Dubois is new, Tyson Fury's old. I mean, in comparison, age-wise, not a lot in it, to be fair. So old versus new. That would be really interesting, and maybe I'm trying to think. Do it with so maybe because Johnny Fisher has won. I think they should give him a rematch, but because he won his fight, so put him in with a veteran as well, which they already have done really, with Dave Allen, who clearly won but didn't. And I'm trying to think of some other new heavyweights. So have like, or just heavyweights, old versus new. Do it at Wembley, it'll sell out. Or the O2, or maybe do it in Dubai. Maybe, you know, do it in there. But I think it would be a really big. It doesn't have to be just British against British. You could have, doesn't matter who they are. So you could have Klitschko come back and have him fight Dubois, old against new. If the money's there, then it can happen, can't it? Also, the person in Dubai, they've bought the Ring magazine, which means they now own the Ring magazine and the Ring magazine belt. So they can start to have their own events where they literally have fighters fight for the Ring magazine world title, the Ring magazine belt, which gives them, is it carte blanche or what do they call it? It gives them a lot more power to do stuff. I mean, I think they've got one of the world title. I think WBC, the person in charge of WBC is almost always at these events, and he's like very close to the Arabs that are in charge of the event. So I think he's well in, you know, got his feet under the table there. So I don't know how manipulated or he is. I don't know how. I think money talks, ultimately. Money talks. Money talks. What was the question? Oh yeah, so that's it. Ing asks me, do you like reading or listening to novels? Which novel have you particularly enjoyed recently? Do you have a favourite novel? No. Not hugely these days. I have done in the past, but I do listen to audiobooks, but they're generally fact stuff, you know, sort of self-help, self-development, maybe autobiographical or educational. That seems to be the books that I would read, that I would listen to rather. I mean, I can list some of the books that I've been reading. Let's have a look. Audible. So let's go on there. Audible, my library. The Power of Habit, Think and Grow Rich, Goals by Zig Ziglar, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. These are books that I'm listening to at the moment. The Chimp Paradox, Hypnosis. I haven't been completely honest with you. That's Miranda Hart, so that's autobiographical. This one is I Hate You, Don't Leave Me, which is about personality disorder. Philosophy for Dummies. So there's a novel here, Thus Spoke Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche or Nietzsche. And then you got They Say, I Say, which is another psychological thing. Then there's The Many Hysteric Goats by John Ronson. That is, again, it's not a story. It's telling a story, but it's more like factual stuff. Then there's another one by Matt Haig, Reasons to Stay Alive. Sort of self-help book. Tools of Titans by Tim Ferriss. Drive by Daniel H. Pink. Get Me Out of Here. Crime and Punishment. So that's a novel by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Reprogram Your Subconscious. Proven speed reading techniques and kinds of minds. So that gives you an idea of the kind of books that I'm listening to. You got Your Public Persona, Self-Presentation, The Polyvagal Theory, Language and the Mind, Creativity and Your Brain, The Pocket Guide to Neuroscience, Consciousness and the Brain, Your Deceptive Mind, The Intelligent Brain, The Passions, that's philosophy, Understanding the Dark Side of Human Brain or Behavior, Understanding Cognitive Biases, Shocking Psychological Studies, Essentials of Social Psychology, Understanding Disorders of the Brain, The Absorbent Mind, Thinking Fast and Slow, The Art of Note-Taking, Brains, Myths Exploded, Understanding the Brain, The Teenage Brain. So that's just gives you an idea. There's a few more. I'll just read off the list. I won't read all of them because there's hundreds, but these are the audiobooks that I've been listening to. The Whole Brain Child, the Psychology book, Understanding the Mysteries of Humanity, Understanding the Mysteries of the Human Brain, Hegel, Marx and Vygotsky, Grit, How to Fail, Forgiveness is Freeing, that's by Eckhart Tolle, Modern Day in Search of a Soul by Carl Jung, The Human Mind, The Bystander Effect, Psych 101, The Developing Mind, Little Book of Psychology, Hacking the Unconscious, Alchemy, You Can Heal Your Life, that's Louise Hay rather. I do like Louise Hay. There was a part of that book that really jolted me a little bit though that I didn't like. And I just think some of the self-help gurus, which as she is clearly one of the main ones, I know she's not around anymore, but she's huge name in the self-help domain. She made some of these statements that are just a little bit too broad and a little bit too, I don't know what the right word is, a little bit dismissal, disrespectful maybe towards some people that are dealing with certain conditions. And I'm not a big fan of, what I'm trying to say is I understand that how we think affects how we are. How we think affects our health. How we think affects our behaviour. How our behaviour affects how we think. How our behaviour affects how we are, how our health and what we, so many different things, variables. But I'm not a big fan of the idea that you don't necessarily have to flip something on its side, on its back, in order to say, well, this is this, therefore this must be this. Because there's different ways of looking at things. And the idea of we're all to blame for whatever illness comes our way, I can't go for that. It's just disrespectful. And she does say something right at the beginning of one of her books. I think it's You Can Heal Your Life, but saying, well, we're responsible for our stuff. And I found that a little bit with the Buddhists when I first got involved with them. Almost, they didn't seem to even acknowledge the idea of mental health issues. It's like it's not that simple. Like, well, we're all in control of everything we do and how we think. Like, I practiced for years and years and years, and I still had a personality disorder, and I still had bipolar. Blimey, can you hear that? Gate's proper windy out there. It's weird. The gate's really, really banging, but the trees aren't swaying that much. It's really banging. Anyway, so I'm a fan of Louise Hay. So yeah, I want to put that forward, but it leaves a bad taste sometimes when it's a little bit like Paul McKenna. You know, I've got a lot of respect for Paul McKenna and all the NLP people, all of them really. Anyone to do with hypnosis, got respect for people that do that, because it's something that I was deeply involved in for a long time, and I'm still affected by it, and I'm still, you know, it's still part of me. However, when someone like Paul McKenna goes on, does a video, sticks it on Facebook saying that the difference between hypnosis and counselling is this, and then he's pretty much just completely slagging off counselling, like all it is like it's completely useless. And as someone trained as a counsellor, and someone, you know, I used to be a counsellor, that was my profession, it's just so disrespectful on a level that is hard to even really portray, because he clearly doesn't know what he's talking about, because he hasn't studied. I understand where he's coming from. Like, some people are in therapy for years and they haven't had their issues sorted, and he seems to think that it's all about having everything sorted. And I don't know, for me personally, it's about management. It's about managing a condition. So if you've got mould, you know, you do what you can to get rid of the mould, but if you're living in a basement and it's flooded outside and you can't do anything about the flooding outside, then all you could do is continually try and treat the mould. You might not be able to actually get rid of it completely, but you can treat it. You can air. You can have a air purifier, whatever they call it, you know, that sucks the moist out of the air. Have the windows open and keep the walls clean. You know, do what you can to maintain it so it doesn't get out of hand. But you might not necessarily be able to actually get rid of it completely because of the conditions that are outside of your control, unless you're willing to knock down the house or knock down that wall. Now, I'll show my complete ignorance when it comes to building, because I don't know. Maybe I might be wrong on this one, but it was an example that I could think of. There probably are better examples. Sometimes there's situations that we cannot change. We can adapt. We can maybe move on from those situations, but moving on might be harder than not moving on. You know, it's like if I had a bad neighbour living here, which I have. I've had problems with neighbours sometimes. I could move out, but a short-term solution would be just moving out, renting somewhere else. I lose this flat. I won't be able to apply for another council property for 10 years. I probably wouldn't even get... I'll probably never get another council property ever. And I'll go back to living in a little room with a bed, a wardrobe, and sharing a toilet and a bathroom with people in a kitchen. And I don't want to go back to that, but that might be a much better solution short term than being near a really problematic neighbour. But long term, it's not a solution. So it's kind of like, well, I'll put up with the short term and not go down that road and try and find a more of a longer term solution, or manage the situation. So if a neighbour's being really noisy, then maybe try and soundproof the floor so I can't hear the noise. What I did when I had a noisy neighbour is I got headphones, but noise cancelling headphones. So I didn't even have to listen to music. I just put the headphones on, nice and comfy, and just relax. Or listen to some music, watch a video, watch TV, whatever. And I could just have the headphones on. And I couldn't hear anything that was going on. So there are solutions. I used to wear earplugs for years because I couldn't sleep with all the noise going on. I was like super sensitive to sound. I'm not anymore. It's weird. I have music playing or an audiobook playing when I'm in bed, but that's more because of Vinny. If there's no sound, if there's nothing distracting him, he will literally any sound and he'll start barking. Until probably about 2 o'clock, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, I can turn it off and nothing bothers him. But then there's not a lot of sound going on at that time in the morning. So once he's in a deep sleep, he's pretty much gone. But it takes a while for him to get there. He's kind of semi there now. What was the question? Oh yeah, novel. So I used to read novels. I did. I used to read novels a lot when I was younger. Not a lot, but when I was young, I used to quite like Star Trek ones. I used to like the science fiction ones because they were pretty explicit. To be honest, when I was like a teenager, a lot of them were really rude, so I used to like reading them. But not just rude, but like adult in every way, and so I liked reading that stuff. But that's like when I was like 13, 14. As I got older, my 20s, I was reading Beat Generation kind of books like Kerouac, Ginsberg. So I was reading some, not just novels like On the Road, but also like Ginsberg was doing, I think Howl. Remember he did a poem called Howl, which was, I didn't enjoy it, if I'll be honest. But then there's other people like that did, I think Kerouac did the Dharma Bums as well. And then I had most of the Beat Generation books that were available that I could get my hands on. A lot of them were poetry, and I liked them all. I said the Howl I struggled a little bit with. And then I discovered Charles Bukowski, who technically wasn't part of the Beat Generation, but he was more like an anti-hero. So the Beat Generation were anti-establishment. Charles Bukowski was anti-establishment and anti-establishment. He was on a different kind of trajectory altogether, and I would argue one of the greatest writers of the last. I mean, I've not read enough to really, I guess. No, I've not. I can't really comment. I've read a lot of books and I've read a lot of novels over the years, just not recently. And I'd like to do that more. I'd like to read more novels. I mean, I've been listening to like Jane Austen, and there's some of the books on the audio, but I really liked Dostoevsky. I like listening to reading Céline. He was a French author, And I like that first person novel and then when they're just being gritty and real. I like that. I always liked that, and that's why Charles Bukowski novels were some of my favourite stuff. And I like to write like that. I'd like to, I don't, but I'd like to. And when I did write, it was always kind of in the first person and just talking about how things really are for me, or rather how things really were for them. And so I read a book called Iced, and because this was a times when I used to read the book reviews, and if there was a novel that was published that was, I'd actually read book reviews. I haven't done that for decades, but in the 90s I used to do that, and then I'd buy it. I'd buy the book that looked like it was good, I'd read it over the weekend, and I had quite a big collection of books. I've had large collections of books probably 3 or 4 times in my life, and lost them all. Either chucked them away or destroyed them or sold. I never sold anything. I did actually, no, it's not true. I sold my Buddhist books in 1995. I sold my Buddhist books because I had a big collection and I needed some money. And I think I got probably about £30. Really. I think I had £300 worth of books, and I think I got about 30 quid for them. If I had all my books, not including my childhood books, it would fill every wall of this flat. There'd be thousands and thousands of books. And that's just the ones that I've owned, not the ones that I read at the library or anything like that. But yeah, I've read a lot of books, just not lately. I know you could say, well, you're listening to them, which is true, and that's more to do with my eyesight, because my eyesight's not so good, and I get eye strain when I kind of try and focus my eyes on stuff, especially writing. And I'm still drawn to more factual, educational stuff. If you look at my book collection, so much of it is just textbooks, mainly on hypnosis. There's some psychology stuff there's some philosophy stuff, self-help. But I do have some novels. So Tom Sharp was one of my favourite authors when I was a kid. He wrote Wilt and many books about Wilt. That was very funny. I loved reading Woody Allen books in my late teens. Hilarious. I found them so funny. I even had the anthology, really big book of of all his books, because his books are quite small, like him really, quite slim but fun, I think is one of his jokes. So it's just so funny. Made me laugh. Really made me laugh when I read them, like proper. I had in the 90s, I've got about 4 or 5 of Charles Bukowski books, but I had loads in the 90s. Even a lot of the poetry books he did as well. One of my favourite books, this is a weird one, is by... Is it Martina Cole? So Martina Cole is a book called The Lady Killer, and I was a security guard in 1996, and I was asked to look after the reception in this place, and it was downstairs, but it was the managing directors of the paper's reception. I wasn't doing anything, I was just security. So the reception during the day, there'd be people there, letting people in and that. But at night there was no one there. But it was actually Kelvin Mackenzie. He was the boss of the Mirror Group or the Mirror newspaper. He was the editor. He was like the top person, and that was his office. That was the security for his office. Well, I saw him a few times, but you know, no one came at night to sort of see him. He was there during the day. So I was there for 12 hours in the evening, during the night, and all I was doing was looking after the place because someone hadn't turned up. So I'd done it a couple of times. I might have been there on a daytime as well, on a Saturday when they were closed, but I was there. And there was a book just left on the reception, which was the Martina Cole, The Lady Killers. And I started reading it. I couldn't believe it. I really got stuck into it. Amazed, really, wow. And I never got to finish it. So I actually got sacked for falling asleep. But hey, or suspended. No, I got sacked and then they gave me the job back. Because it was their fault, really. They asked me, I'd already done a 12-hour shift. They said, oh, can you stay and do another 12-hour shift tonight? I said, I've already done 12 hours. That's 24 hours. You expect me to just stay awake for 24 hours? And he said, don't worry. I said, what do you mean, don't worry? I'm going to fall asleep. He said, don't worry, it's fine. No one's going to know. I said, if you're sure, because I will fall asleep, I can't stay awake for 24 hours. And I hadn't been awake. I'd been awake for probably, at that point, 12, 13, 14, probably already been awake for like 15 hours anyway. So to stay awake for another, I'd have to be awake for about 30 hours before I got a chance to go to bed the next day. And he said, don't worry. The next thing I know, I'm being escorted out. No, I'll get a phone call the next day. No, wait a minute. I wake up and my boss is standing over me. But it was the person that told me it was okay if I fall asleep. So I thought nothing of it. And I was trying to stay. So it's not like I didn't have my sleeping bag with me and my little sleeping hat and, you know, me hot water bottle and stuff all perched on the desk on a little hammock. You know, it's not like I was prepared to go to sleep. I just fell asleep sitting in a chair because I was so tired. Went home thinking everything was fine. Got a phone call saying that I was sacked. Or I had to have a disciplinary. I was like, what? And I just went in there and said, look, you are ridiculous. I went into the disciplinary and I said, look, this is ridiculous. Because both of the owners, or they were kind of the managers, the directors of this security company, there was a one that I never saw, and he was kind of, but they were equal. One that I saw every day, and one that I never saw. The one that I saw every day was the one that said it was okay, it didn't matter if I fell asleep. So when I went in there, the one that I didn't normally see started having a go at me, saying, you fell asleep, you broke rules, and you're on camera, and no, being falling asleep in a sleeping bag or whatever. And the other bloke was just keeping quiet. The one that's told me it was okay if I fell asleep, he's the one that grasped me up. He's the one that told everyone. So I just looked at him and said, are you serious? And I don't think he thought I was going to confront him. I said, are you serious? Really going to just sit there and act like you don't know what's going on, like you're innocent? And then and the other bloke was like, what? I said, this monkey here, I don't know if I used that word, this monkey here said to me, he said to me, he asked me to do a 12-hour shift after I'd already done a 12-hour shift. And I said that I'd fall asleep, and he said, don't matter. Simple as that. And I fell asleep, and that's it. That's all she wrote. They left the office. I think they had a little bit of a discussion. and they came back and said sorry. I lost like 3 days' wages because there was, I think it was like, go home for the rest of the week and we'll see you on Monday. This was on like on a Wednesday. So I'd lost 3 days' wages. And they moved me. They moved me out off of that job because I didn't realise until later that what they would do, if they had a client and the client complained about the security guard, they would tell the client that they'd sacked the security guard. But what they really did is just move them to a different site. And that's what they did with me. They made a mistake though, because they actually sent back someone that was sacked from one of my sites. He'd been sacked for drinking. They sent him back to the same site. And after the company told this client that they'd sacked the security guard, they sent him back 2 weeks later. Oh dear. Well, I have returned after taking Vinny for a walk. Cold. So cold out there. And according to this, it's 5 degrees. But with the wind, ooh, cold. I mean, 5 degrees isn't hot, is it? Let's face it. But blimey, cold. So I wanted him just to. It was raining a little bit, not enough, but a little bit. I mean, it's sunny now. It was sunny before I went out. It stopped being sunny when I went out, and now it's sunny again. It's like nature is winding me up. So it's cold. And him, little Vin, all he needed to do, part of the deal was, I take him out, he goes to the toilet. First walk of the day is a poo walk. It's for him to, empty everything out. He done lots of wee-wees. But could he find a place to go to the toilet? No. It's almost like the wind was blowing whatever scent he smells on the grass that makes his bum open it was getting blown around. He was following it like a ghost. A pooey scent ghost. And he had me, like, honestly walking all around the field, the park, from one end to the other. And then eventually I said, no, that's enough. You need to go there. And he did. And you might think, oh, we should be able to go where he wants. I was getting cold. It was raining. Very windy. The fences were creaking. Now, I know that, especially one particular fence that blew down last time it was windy. So just like, let's try and get back into safety. A lot of trees that around as well. It's not a great place to be when it's super windy. Although now if you look outside, it's like summer. I don't know what the weather's doing to me today. But anyway, he kept crouching down, ready to go to the toilet. And he'd sniff, stick his nose in the air, sniff, and then get up and start running towards somewhere else. So in the end, after he did this about 7 times, and I just stopped and I said, no, I'm not going anywhere else now, I need to do a poo here. So I just held the lead, didn't let him run off, and he just did a poo there. If I'd known, 2 years it took me to work this out, if I'd known that that's all it took, was just to not hold him, but to not let him run off, and he'd just do the poo wherever he was, then that's what I would have done years ago. Although I do, I like him to be able to just do what he wants. But sometimes it's nice to get out of the cold. So the last question for Q&A Friday / Sunday is from Anne, and it's I have noticed several ways you say things that are different than in the US. For example, blimey and 8:30, we say 8:30. Have you noticed anything we say that is not said there? There's quite a few. One that always amazes me, because it's literally back to front but it still works, is we say I couldn't care less. Americans say I could care less, and it means the same thing. It's like you turn it upside down and it means the same thing. It's almost like it works both ways, yet it's the opposite. I couldn't care less and I could care less. That's technically the opposite thing, but it means the same thing. I couldn't care any less than I do now, and I could care less. Like, it's just the same. It's yeah, one of those weird ones. But we say I couldn't care less, and Americans, I say not all Americans or all British say anything, but from what I've noticed on TV, is I could care less seems to be more American. So I'm generalising, by the way, just in case, don't upset anyone. Another thing when it comes to time, I've noticed that you say in America sometimes they seem to say time different. Like, you say 8:30. What did I say? 8:30. We say 8:30 as well. It can be, it can be either or. But there is something that you say in America, people in America seem to say is, I can't remember what it is, but we say like 10:05, for example, or 10:15, 10:10, 10:15, 10:45, 10:11, 12:25, 9:25, 6:30. 6:30. So we kind of ought, but there's something that in America there's 7 and 5 to 2, or 5 and I don't know. I can't remember how it goes, but we don't do that here. It's a different way of expressing it. So I feel like I'm teaching the clock how to say the time, but it's it's like you've got the hours, like it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. So for example, if I was talking to somebody, so what I do is if I'm doing a podcast, usually I'd say it's 10 a.m. or it's 10 p.m. or it's 1:30 in the afternoon, because we're not in the same room. I wouldn't need to say in the afternoon, or I would need to say if someone asks me the time and they're sitting down, I say it's 11 a.m. I wouldn't need to say that, just say it's 11. So I wouldn't say it's 11 o'clock, it's 11. I might say o'clock. I might miss the L out. It's lots of different things. But if someone's in another country, or if you're planning to meet somebody tomorrow, for example, and you say, well, I'll meet you at 8:30, or I'll meet you at 9. Now you need to be specific if it's 9 in the morning or 9 in the evening. I'll meet you at 9 in the evening, or I'll meet you at 9 in the morning, or 9 a.m., 9 p.m. Or if you go for if you want to be very, what's the right word, military, you could use a 24-hour clock. I'll meet you at 2100 hours. So I learnt all that when I was in the Sea Cadets, and it came real handy. I didn't, never needed it, but I suppose it's something to know, isn't it? that's some of the things. And then you've got things like sidewalk, which we call pavement. So there's certain things that are really obvious when we hear it. Like, I've grown up I've grown up watching American TV shows and movies right from the birth, really. So I know, even though sidewalk isn't what we call a pavement, I know what it means because I've had 50 years of watching American TV shows. Sometimes it's pronunciation as well, although it's pronunciation, isn't it? But I think pronunciation is the better word because you're pronouncing something, so just call it pronunciation. Pronunciation sounds like the wrong way to say it. Even though, anyway. Aluminum. We say aluminium, you say aluminum. Roof. Now, I don't know where that came from. Why? I know it's an accent thing. It's an accent thing rather than an American thing. So I don't think that I'm sure it's said differently depending on where you're from in America. Or whoever, if someone's living in America. However, roof. I think there might be parts of this country that say roof as well. But it's roof. We just say roof. But I've got to be a little bit careful because I'm a southerner, although I used to be a northerner. Well, I used to be a Newcastle when I was a kid. Moved around a little bit. But again, I'm kind of talking from a southern perspective. And in America, if you ask the same question as someone from Scotland or someone from Nottingham or someone from Liverpool or someone from Norfolk or Somerset, they might have a different take completely on what I'm saying. But some things I think are standard is we say pavement, we have pavement, America has sidewalk. We don't say vehicle. So like vehicle. It seems to be, it's pronounced, that's the way, at least you know how to spell it if you say vehicle. But yeah, just there's certain things we don't use the word gas, petrol. I'm going to the petrol station, not to the gas station. I mean, to me, gas is what you use for central heating and heating the water and stuff like that. That's like the gas boiler. So that's just those little things that are just a bit different. But if I was in America, I wouldn't be pedantic and say, "What do you mean? You're going to take me to the gas station?" No, petrol station. I wouldn't do that because I know that's. I don't want to get shot, but I know that it's just a different way of talking about things. I'm trying to think. We used to be, your ER. We don't call it ER, the emergency room. We don't have that here, but we now call it A&E. So the accident and emergency didn't used to be called that. It used to be called casualty, the casualty department. So I imagine one day it might just be called ER. Other things, medications. Oh no, it's not one. I mean, we never used to use the term meds, but I think we kind of do now in this country. It used to be like prescriptions. What prescriptions are you on? Not what meds are you on? But I think we have become very Americanized over the last probably 50 odd years, and maybe parts of America have become a bit more Anglo-sized because of the English shows. But I imagine the American shows don't really give a true representation of America, just like the English shows don't give a true representation of this country. It's the whole kind of... I'll give you an example of a really bad representation of England. What's that, Dalton Abbey or whatever it's called? That the majority of people in this country do not talk like this, like the royal family. They don't. Some do, but most don't. Probably the closest thing that the Beatles, there's the Liverpool accent. Americans took to that accent, so that was a genuine accent that they had. And if through Liverpool and in Manchester and places like that, there's some very similarities between the accents there. Similarities, I would say. Not they're not the same, but they're and they're not far away from each other. That's the weird thing about it, is like you've got towns with different accents that are literally like 5 miles away. It's weird. But that's because, we didn't have transport for years. And I used to call it transport. Now I say transport. Because I used to be posh. Now I'm common. I'm trying to think what... Police, do we use the same as police? We don't really have sheriffs here. I think they might do in Scotland, but we don't have sheriffs in this country. We don't have jail, we have prison. But then I think in America, jail is somewhere you go temporarily, like someone that's been drinking too much or been naughty and they go to jail for the night. So we do have that. It's a police station, but we don't really call it going to jail necessarily. But prison we call prison. So we don't really have he's gone to jail and he's gone to prison. So we use the term prison really. What other things? Flashlight, we use the word torch. We don't say flashlight ever in this country. I say ever. I've not been around every single human being in this country that has used a torch to see whether or not they said the word flashlight. And what I have noticed is more and more younger people, and not just younger people now, but over the last few decades, are using terms that wasn't really used in this country before, and very American. For example, when I was a kid, it wasn't Santa Claus, although it was Santa Claus, but we didn't call him Santa, we called him Father Christmas. Not everyone, but generally the standard thing was Father Christmas. Publicly, it was a standard thing. So Father Christmas, it was... it can be used indistinguished, I don't know what the right word is. Both can be used. But in America, I don't think they use the term Father Christmas. It's like very much Santa Claus. And I've noticed that with my niece, Santa. It's no Father Christmas anymore. And it's a little bit jarring. But for no reason. It's like, why does it matter? It doesn't matter. But it's something about, I guess... I don't know what it is. And I never really got why people got upset. Like when the Beatles came out, or Elvis came out, or punk rock. Why there was so much hostility towards new things, or the internet, or computers, or now it's AI. People don't really like, not happy with all of like the new stuff. I say not all people, but some people don't like it. Change, I guess change can be scary. The unknown can be scary. And I suppose that maybe change is jarring as well, when people are using different language almost, and they're from the same, and I don't mean a foreign language, I mean you know, let's say you were born in 1947. You kind of expect your son or your daughter to speak the same as you. Kind of. I don't mean all the same words, but generally the same. And you expect their kids to have the same kind of, speak the same, and maybe their kids. But actually, the same as what happened in the 60s, because I know my granddad was not walking around going, groovy baby. I know that for a fact. You know? Did you have a good time, Grandad, the weekend? Yeah, man, it was swinging. He didn't say stuff like that. Flower power, baby. You know, he didn't. He was, you know, he was born in 1920s. Or before that, he was 29 in 1939. So how old does that make him? He was nearly 30 in 1939, so he was born in what, 1909? Would that make it? And he passed away in 1991. So yeah, he was born about 1911, and he was 80 when he passed. Yeah, blimey. So it was a different language. It was like all these new phrases and stuff. And I've noticed that when I was like in my 20s, I was using terms that my dad didn't really understand. And I think what was weird is, and I've seen this as well, the same terms used differently now. Like the term deep throat meant something different when my dad was younger than what he does now. The term, what's that? LOL. Used to mean lots of love. Now it means laughing out loud. Body count used to mean like like dead bodies. Now it means how many people that your person has been intimate with. And that's now, it's weird. Especially, I watch some shows sometimes and I don't know what they're talking about. They're asking, like it's a reality show, they're on a beach and they're asking each other what their body count is. And I'm thinking, is this serial killer on a beach? Is this a new kind of format? What's going on? What's your body count? And it's that kind of weird, like little... I've never, ever had anyone ask me. I've never asked anyone how many people they've been with. And especially not in that, like, what's your body count? That's something, not in public either, but not in private. And no one's ever asked me, but that's probably because they assume that I don't have one. I'm still a virgin. But yeah, so at the moment, Anne, I've noticed that stuff that's happening, it's almost like we're becoming the same. Some of the language now is the same. Because I reckon because of social media, the same phrases are being used in England that are being used in America by some of the younger people, like the kids or the teenagers or maybe the young adults. They're being used, some of the phrases are being used, and I don't understand a lot of them. I've got a 20-year-old living downstairs, and she tells me stuff and she has to explain it to me. And I never thought that would ever happen. I really didn't. I didn't think I'd be completely oblivious, and it feels weird. It does. I don't necessarily like the feeling, to be honest, because it's just like, you know, it's one of the benefits potentially of reading hundreds, thousands of books or whatever over your life is that I'd at least have a working knowledge of my own language. And even if I can't necessarily think of the correct word when I'm talking, I can understand the word when it's said to me or when I read it. So I have a comprehension of words that I don't use myself. I'm a very plain speaker. I don't use I just don't use anything other. I'm not flowery with my language. I just use very basic words. But I do understand, usually, not always, but I do often understand the words that are being used, even though I don't use them myself. Although there are some times when I don't, and I will ask. Because I know there are some people that love to use words that they're not used, like in general conversation. Even words like facetious. I understand what it means, but it's not something that's used it's not like one of those regularly used words. Categorical. You know, there's some words are just. I'm trying to think of some words. I was incandescent with rage. You know, some phrases that I would never use generally, unless I was making fun of myself. So I think what's happening now is shall we use the word slang? I suppose it is, isn't it? Shortened versions, like a whole new kind of thing. And it seems now that there's a crossover because of all the different integrations that have gone on in society, and then those children are grown up having their own way of talking, and it's, I was watching Big Brother in the summer, well, late summer, autumn, and there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there was 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There was 3 young. They're all pretty much. Most of them were young, in there, like early 20s. There's 3 of them were talking very kind of London, sort of street. I don't know, saying phrases like, you know, fam and all these things. And then there was there was a black girl and 2 mixed. I don't like from one was from Afghanistan and another one, but all kind of brought up in the UK or born in the UK. But I think all of them were actually born in other countries, but came to the UK as babies or little kids. So they had a different way of talking to each other, and there was a woman, and she had her own lingo as well, talking about what was it? Fray, not sway. Fray, sway, hey, bay. That's so, tay, way, lay. Sway. Something like that. She kept repeating it over and over again, almost like she was trying to fit in with a stereotype. But it was a stereotype that I think the majority, well, I didn't really know about. I'm not talking about gay people. I've known many, many gay people. I'm talking about the lingo. When I was in my 90s, during the 90s, when I was in my 20s, I was around so many people of all cultures and all nationalities and sexualities, just continuous. I mean, I was working in places with people from all over the world that worked with an agency that worked there, and then I was involved in a comedy scene, so I was around people of all loads of different sexualities, and it's just standard stuff. And I don't remember any of them having a different way of talking other than just talking normally, just plainly talking plainly, without any kind of lingo thing. That's so sway. Say it with chest. It's like, what? That's what one of the girls in Big Brother say it with chest. So I'm guessing that means stick your chest out and be prideful, or it's like, what are you talking? Say it with chest? I've never, honestly, there's almost, I quite like that saying actually, but regardless, it's just, we need a dictionary. We need an urban dictionary. There is such thing as an urban dictionary, I think. Because it's called urban lingo or whatever. And aren't we all urban? I think doesn't urban mean living in the city? Doesn't it? Which means that there's lots of cities in this country, which then means that half the population's urban. Perhaps, if not more. I don't know. Say it with chest. Say it with knees. You get me? Wow. I still just, yeah. So I think the lingo's changing. I'm well behind the times. It's ridiculous. I don't even, I think when I talk to younger people, they talk to me they just use normal English. But maybe when they're with themselves, with each other, with other young people, they'll talk differently. So they'll talk about ghosting and talk about body counts and talk about that's another one. One of my neighbours said, I'm being... What's that thing where you get spammed? I'm being spammed. I said, who by? She's my boyfriend. I said, what do you mean? She said, he keeps calling me, keeps sending texts, and I've not answered yet, and he keeps sending texts. She was calling it spamming. And that's not that's not what I know spamming to be. But then, ultimately, that is what... If it's an unwanted text message, then that is what spamming is, isn't it? When you get a text message that you don't want. Or an email that you don't want, really, generally, email that you don't want. It's just little things like that. There's like... I understand everyone wants to have their own kind of way to communicate, each generation. But it puts a divide. I think it puts a little bit of a divide between the people, between the generations a little bit, which causes miscommunication unnecessarily. Maybe older people just need to have a lesson. We just need to be kept. I say we. I don't really class myself as old, but I know a lot of people probably would. Okay, I'm old. Blimey. Oh, did I tell you, my friend, my opposite neighbour, Vinny was barking, and it looked like someone was at my door, so I looked at the camera. What do I see? My neighbour's on the floor. He's nearly 80. He's trying to get up from the floor. So I get myself some popcorn and just watch him through the camera. see how long it takes. Obviously not. So I go out to help him up, and he didn't. I was like, have you hurt yourself? He said, no. And I think he bent over to get something out because he'd been shopping, or he'd picked up some stuff. He bent over to pick something out of the bag and he fell over. I mean, I've got a concrete floor. Well, there is a concrete floor in the hallway, or in the building as well, underneath the carpets. And it's like, oh man, it was so worrying to see that. I went out and managed to get, and it's not light. It's quite stocky. He's not big, but he's quite stocky. And I was trying to get him up, but at the same time, I didn't want him to hurt himself getting up either. I didn't want to pull his arm out of the socket or something. I mean, unless of course he wanted longer arms. In case his remote control, he lost his remote control again, so he could just reach over and press the button. That's a weird thing to say. So yeah, I got him up, make sure he was okay. He seemed okay, and I had about 15 minutes to get ready before the taxi arrived to take me to the pub where I was meeting my dad. Really, honestly, if he'd have needed help, like, you know, an ambulance or something like that, and I'm not being selfish, but that would have ruined I couldn't have gone. I couldn't have left, could I? Obviously not, but it's just almost, I could just say, well, if you just wait there, I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in 3 hours. You know, yeah, so it's luckily he didn't hurt himself. He didn't hurt himself, or he didn't hurt himself. He didn't hurt himself. No, he didn't. And I checked up on him later, and he seemed all right. But he left his key out. He left his keys in the door. So I knock on his door. So he left it. Oh, he said, I thought you put them in my pocket when I fell over. I said, well, why? What? I have never once put my hands in someone's pocket. I don't put my hands in people's pockets. It's not a thing I do. I'm not really a pocket person. And no. So I come home and his keys are in the door, so I have to ring his doorbell, the one I got him, and he now hears it. And it's like, God, I don't know. He's all right though, but worries me a little bit. What else? I'm trying to think of some other things that in America people say, but I think it's becoming, I reckon we're going to get to a point where we all speak the same as the young generation. I think because of the internet, because of the social networking, the communications becoming. See, I can understand what an American says to me. The lingo, I can I understand a lot of the references. Not all the references, but I understand a lot of the references because I'm just used to it now. And I think it's probably the same as well. Although I think I might sometimes say things and the listeners might not know what I'm referring to sometimes. Parking lot. We don't call it a parking lot, we just call it parking. We don't say the word lot or parking lot. What is it called? Oh my goodness. Parking lot. gone out of my head. It's one of those weird things. Parking lot. Parking lot UK. Car park. Blimey. It's a car park. It went out of my head. See? Parking lot. We call it a car park. So whether it's just the area, there's a car park outside the pub. There's a car park near the park. There's a little parking area. You know, we don't use parking lot. Trying to think of some other things. Roof. 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 I'm trying to think of some other stuff that's, I would say, differently from Americans, USA. Just trying to think. Doctors, GPs. I don't know if you have. We call our doctor surgeries, we call them GPs, doctors, like general practitioners. I'm not sure what you say in America if you use the word GP. Something that's different as well is it's changed a lot, but when I was at school, we're going in high school, it'd be first year to fifth, or sixth if you stayed in sixth form. And somewhere along the line it's changed, so it ends up being year 7 or year 9 or year 10, like that. In America, they have a different system, I think. Grade, yeah, 4th grade, 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 9th grade or whatever. We don't have that in this country. But we have changed. I think they changed to kind of copy America, but instead of calling it grade, they call it year. So instead of 4th grade, it's year 4. What other things? Zip codes. We have postcode. So you have zip code in America, we have postcode, which is pretty much just the same thing. It's a way to find an address. So that's that. What other things? Jaywalking. Now, we don't have jaywalking in this country as a law. It's one of those things that it's just something that stupid people do. Like walking in the traffic, that's just a dumb thing to do, generally. But unless you live in London, and it's the standard thing to do. Because otherwise, if you're going to wait for traffic to stop, you're going to be waiting for a week. So you have to kind of walk through the traffic when it's going slow, and then wait. Because, a lot of places in London, and it might be the same in other cities as well, it's just one big traffic jam, pretty much. Just going a little bit faster than the traffic jam does. So you can just walk in between the cars and just wait, and then walk again in between the next cars. So that technically is jaywalking. So it's not a law in this country. At least I don't think it is. It's definitely not called jaywalking. We use the word murder, not homicide, although I notice it's starting to be used a bit more in this country. There's police officers. We don't use the word correctional officers. I don't think. Is a correctional officer a prison officer? Yeah, so we don't use correctional officers, just prison officer. What other things? Really got my brain going on this one. There's right, lorries. We use the word lorry. You use the word truck, or America uses the word truck. We use the word lorry. We use the word underground. You use the word subway in America. And in France, it's the metro, I do believe. In different countries, they've got their own version of that. But ours is called the underground. Because it's underground. I don't know why subway is called the subway. I'm not talking about the sausage. The sausage, the sandwich place. I used to go in there quite a lot when I was younger. Everything happened when I was younger. I was a manager in one of the places, and she used to talk to me for ages. She used to really talk to me, and I was like, didn't quite understand why she wanted to talk to me. And what else? Cable TV. We don't really have cable TV here, but we had satellite TV. But we didn't. Yeah, cable TV was more like anyone could be on cable TV. I do believe we never really had that here, where like a member of the general public could be on TV. I mean, well, now the internet's there, of course we do, but it's YouTube or someone sets up on their own website. Pharmacies. We didn't used to call them pharmacies, we used to call them chemists. Now for some reason we now call them pharmacies. So if I put a picture of Boots Store 80s. Okay, let's have a look. Boots. Oh, go away. So it just used to be Boots, and it is since 1849. Okay, that's not a good example because it won't say. So chemists. Oh, shut up. Chemists. Right. Okay. You're joking me. So Boots, apparently it's always had pharmacy. That annoys me. Why is the internet lying to me again? I know. I remember. Pharmacy. Your chemist shops. Gordon's Chemists. Right. Okay, if I get away. Chemist stores, chemists in the 80s. Right, let's have a look. I just want to see. There's got, oh no, it's just displays. Pharmacy, maybe they've always been called pharmacies, and for some reason I was brought up to call them chemists. I'm sure they used to have chemists. Boots chemist. Let's have a look. Let's see. See if I can find one. Boots. Boots chemist shop. 1970. Oh, okay. Still says pharmacy. Boots pharmacy. Really? Ooh. Dispensing chemists. Boots. This is in the 70s. Boots pharmacy. But that was in London, so London pharmacy, beauty, pharmacy. Ooh. Boots largest chemist in the world. So I found one with Boots chemist. I found another one. This is Boots 1960s. Dispensing chemist Boots. Boots is the biggest chemist or pharmacy in the country. Been around for absolutely, well, over 100 years. Boots & Co. drugstores. So I think they were called drugstores before that. Chemists. The chemists, Boots. Dispensing chemists. Yeah, so it used to be, we used to call our things chemists, and I think we just copied America and started using the word pharmacy. Yeah. So that's another thing. But it's been a pharmacy for decades, so that's not really a good example, I suppose. I'm trying to think of something else. Sneakers. Not Snickers, but sneakers. Although Snickers is another example. We call them trainers in this country, or at least we used to. And now as the younger population, well, probably people my age as well, call them sneakers. But we call them trainers. And Vinny's just farted. I can smell it, Vin. Don't just pretend to. I can see you look. You're pretending to look away. I can smell it. Whoever dealt it, smelt it. So yeah, sneakers we call trainers, or used to call traders. I've never used the word sneakers outside of like this kind of conversation. I've never gone to buy sneakers. I buy trainers. So we just call it different things. Snickers, Snicker bars, used to be called marathons in this country. And then in the, I think the 90s, for some reason, I don't know why, maybe just the packaging, it maybe saved them millions of pounds or something. They changed it to Snickers. But in America, I think it already was Snickers. So that's another example of America versus UK version of words, or use of words. Apartment in America, we use the word flat. We don't use words like condo in this country. Like, that's short for condominium, isn't it? Still not even sure what that is. We don't have, or we didn't used to have motels. Hotels, because motels are kind of like just cheap versions of they're like hotels on a motorway, aren't they? Motels. Like, we do have, I think that we do have some motels now, but they are just hotels on the motorway. It's a weird one, really, but yeah, we don't usually use the word motel. But you got a lot. America's got a lot more motorways than we have, because slightly bigger, slightly just a little bit bigger than the UK of England. And what else? Vinny. I'm trying to think. Coaches. We don't. Do you have coaches? But I'm trying to think of transport. Like trains, trams. I don't know if you have trams in America, or I think you do. Do you have trams in New York? We have trams in a couple of places. They have them in Manchester, because I went there once and got on a tram, and I think they have them somewhere else. They used to be everywhere. They used to be in London. They were a really popular way to get around, and I don't know what. Well, I guess they got rid of them because of the cars. There was no room for the trams anymore. I don't know if I travel on a tram in Amsterdam, because there's a lot of trams in Amsterdam. A lot of people on bikes as well. A lot of bikes there. What else? Wallpaper. Not wallpaper. Carpet. Tiles. Oxygen. I'm just trying to think of other things that would be different. I think some of the foods. Oh, pie. Pizza pie. We don't use that term in the UK. Well, I've never ever heard anyone use it. Again, I'm generalising. There might be places that use it all the time, but I've never known anyone to use the word pizza pie. But in America, I hear it a lot on TV and movies. I don't know if it's a general thing, if it's used a lot. But pizza pie. Like, what? Instead of just a piece of pizza, a pizza pie. What else? We don't use things like litres, we have pints. So if we go into a pub, it's always a pint, it's not a litre. I don't know if you do the same in America, or if they do the same in America, I don't know. Bars, we do have bars now, but we didn't used to really. It's just with pubs. But I know things have changed now, and America has pubs and we have bars, but anything that really America used to call bars, we called pubs, outside of like restaurants or hotels, or you get a hotel bar. That's a little bit different, or an airport bar, or a restaurant bar, or something like that. But outside of that, it's generally just pubs. Although there's less and less pubs these days in this country. It's become a less of a thing, and it will pretty much die out, I guess, over the next probably 5 or 10 years. Which would be weird, because I always thought this, like, I'd rather go somewhere without alcohol, but a pub, somewhere where there's activities, maybe people can play games, play pool, but sober. Sell soft drinks and charge for it. Make your money out of that, whatever. But just have like from a social perspective, but sober. It just seems a shame that our culture has always been so fixed on kind of the way it has been, like with pubs and that. I think pubs are a great idea, but take away the drink, and just it seems like it'd be a much nicer place. I might be wrong. I might be very wrong. I might be completely wrong. trying to think of something else. Nappies and diapers, that's an obvious one. So we don't use the word diapers in this country. We use the word nappies. It's the same thing. It's just a different word. What else? I'm thinking of bras now and brassieres. No, that's probably the same, both. I'm just don't know why I'm thinking of them. I suppose nappy, and I'm thinking of breast milk, and then breast, and then bras. Just a connection, isn't it? That's all. Babies are called the same. I can't think of anything. Babies, children called children, adults are called adults, women called men. Houses, is it the same? Houses, yeah. You got apartment and then a flat in this country. I can't think of anything else now offhand. There's probably absolutely loads. Loads and loads and loads. Probably hundreds or thousands that I haven't even thought of. But I thought of a few. I'm pleased. Well, I don't know, I'm not pleased, but I'm okay. I'm mildly satisfied. That's loud, isn't it? Can you hear that? That's actually in the garden, over the fence. We're about 100 yards away. Anyway, I want to go. Thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. Be gentle with yourself. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice. Maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I'll find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I'll just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from We're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis, really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, press the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized, really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize, by listening is when I record these recordings now, for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands and maybe notice the difference between each hand, perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. how relaxed you feel in your feet, how relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. Feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity. With a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Dripping out of every part of your body. And being released your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely, the muscles in your legs relax, 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 so very deeply. Relax, so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing. So very slow. Your stomach. Peaceful in your stomach. Your back. Notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. Letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go even more. Peaceful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up. And your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing. An energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest and allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the Pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth, your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. And that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there, because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. Focusing now on your hands, so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace. It just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers so loose. Your fingertips moving your attention muscles in your thighs. Your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Nineteen. 18. 17. 16. 15. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 6. 5. 4. 5. as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you'll become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4. 3. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like your you're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically, the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip. goes down to your knee joint. Now, this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I ever, maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things your ankles are. Truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. As, in fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, but they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that sea of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course, you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So, no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply with every number. Those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each Starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say, and everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. Things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension, real sense of peacefulness which comes to you very quickly, because ultimately it's just a feeling, a feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful, a place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort, a place where you can be you, where you can accept yourself for who you are, a place where you're not trying to please anybody else ever, a place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself, appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy, it's not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason, no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. It's very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity will turn around and leave you alone. Stop. And that negativity will disappear. as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected. You can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. And if you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 19. 18. 17. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down. To give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words. And as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin,
muscles, all of the fat, all of everything, every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also what will happen. Because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper. Because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember Just focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focus in on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mixed together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. Now focusing and observing the back of your neck. Feeling that energy in the back of your neck. Observing your ankles. Being aware of the physical sensations in your ankles. body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session, so none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And with my hands to the side of your head, not pressing but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now, this is a very trusting situation, really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. There's a massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides, and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of kneading, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand in both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe. because it's intimate. And it can feel nice, and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards. So massaging your back, but the outsides of your back. The parts where your arms would maybe rest against. Almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the two fingers and just go either side of the spine, and almost just push down, go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side, to the middle, in fact, to where your spine is, massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. Massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. Pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. There's a mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest. Because it's all connected, the chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area, really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm gonna go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers, digging deep. To your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. Moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle and to your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, I'm just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down ears, into your jaw gently, the sides of your neck, your chin, and just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next, moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest, and then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, from just below your arms all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side gently, massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then I'm to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free, and there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them, and I can do this with two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling so deeply relaxed. So much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening to me after a while. And even though there may be background sounds where you are, you'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. But you may start to just not even notice them at all, because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. easy, so simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. First candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel, as well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding. Starting with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. 78. Candle 77. Candle 54. Candle 53. thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off, and feels so nice. Knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate. Any tension It's like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor. You start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless, as that cool air enters through your mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose, and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind, and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor, because they're no longer necessary in this moment. This moment of deep relaxation and calmness, filling your brain with deep, concentrated healing. peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, so peaceful and calm, so relaxed with every second that passes. You feel deeper and deeper relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed, calm, so calm, peaceful, so very peaceful, from your head down to your toes. Such peace and comfort growing all the time. Such peace and comfort spreading through your body and mind, deeper and deeper. Such comfort spreading and sinking deeper into every muscle of your body, so that you feel amazing, so relaxed, so peaceful, so relaxed and peaceful, letting go of everything. We're going to do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit, opening and closing your hands very gently, just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel, with very, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs, and I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel right now. Moving your focus to the back of your neck. Just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, maybe you can move your head gently upwards as if you were looking up. Maybe starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. When you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings for all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins. chest also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. You know, it's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, kind of almost like they're the same, you know, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. The left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. Of course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips. And also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same, whether you're a man or a woman. There's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest. Being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel. I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness, possibly. I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice, actually.